Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the Select Board's regular meeting for March 5th, 2024. First item on the agenda is I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing litigation and collective bargaining. As Chair, I declare that it's necessary to discuss these matters in executive session because to discuss them in open session would compromise the litigation and bargaining position of the Select Board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. We will return to open session after our executive session meeting. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the meeting of the Select Board for, what is it, March 5th, 2024.
Flies.
How time flies. Yes, it does fly. Let me just say, I am still struggling with kind of bronchitis, so I'm using a mask. I hope it doesn't impede your ability to hear me, but I do want to, make sure that I don't pass any remaining germs off over to other people. And since I am coughing more than I thought I would, I'm going to use that during this meeting. Secondly, uh, our town administrator has an announcement on something very important regarding uh, our agreement, our collective bargaining agreement with the Brookline Police Department.
I have two collective bargaining announcements, which I'm excited to make.
Mhm.
One is regarding the dispatchers, the Teamsters Union. Sorry,
Whoop.
apologies. One regarding the dispatchers. The select board has voted to ratify or approve, sorry, an MOA amendment covering the period from FY 22 through FY 24. We want to thank the Teamsters, the negotiating team on the town side and the select board for their leadership in bringing this through to a successful conclusion. It was a long process, but the parties worked very diligently to reach an agreement, and we're grateful. That agreement will be on the warrant for town meeting this spring. The second agreement the select board has voted to ratify on a conditional basis is a 4-year agreement with the Brookline Police Union stretching from FY 23. You may remember that typically the police union has been behind by a year from the other unions through FY 27. So a 4-year deal, the contours of which will be made public shortly. It is subject to this approval is conditional, subject to the finalization of a rider to that agreement, which involves the framework for the department's operation post leaving the protection of the Civil Service Commission. That is to say, the parties have agreed that the Brookline Police Union will leave civil service, conditioned on town meeting's approval. That is a large change. That is something that both the town and union have wanted to bargain for some time. We're very grateful to the union, to its leadership, to the negotiating team on the town side, and again, to the leadership of the select board for making this happen. Not just in securing a long-term deal that will be the most significant change to how we operate the police department since we entered civil service in 1896, but a really beneficial deal for all sides. One that will, I think, have a significant positive impact on morale. And again, thanks to the union, thanks to Chief Pastor, her leadership there, and to the whole board for making that happen. Details of that will be made available shortly. We want to follow on that front, but I do want to just announce provisionally the results of that, and that we will continue to negotiate for what the post-civil service environment looks like. So more to come on those fronts, but we anticipate both of those agreements coming before town meeting this spring.
Great, thank you. That's really, really good news in so many ways, and we'll make it clear what types of benefits we receive from getting out of civil service over the next few weeks as we have discussions at the select board, at advisory, and ultimately at town meeting. So, I have one announcement I want to make. The select board over the past couple of months has been working on the town's first formal performance evaluation of the town administrator. An evaluation tool was developed from models used by other Massachusetts communities. Select board members were also given Chaz's self-evaluation and comments from department heads and chairs of boards and commissions and other materials to review. With that, they used the foregoing materials in their assessment of Chaz's performance in 10 categories. The evaluations were all very positive, with scores of 4 or 5 on a scale of 1 to 5. The scores of 4 identified areas where the select board suggested improvements, all of which, in my opinion, were of a minor nature. A press release with additional information will be released tomorrow morning, and posted on the Select Board's webpage. So thank you, Chaz, for a very productive first year and a half of service as Brookline's town administrator.
Thank you for your
Good.
leadership.
Good. So, any other updates or comments from the Select Board, Miriam?
Yeah, quickly, I just want to say I ran into, I think you still have time to vote if you haven't voted today.
I have.
Remind everybody, 'cause I voted by mail. I ran into our town clerk, Ben Kaufman, on the way to this meeting, and he was beaming with pride that we have or already reached over 20% voter turnout, which is a great
good.
number. So stay tuned for the final number, but I thought I would share that because he was very enthusiastic. One of the many reasons that I enjoy working with
Okay.
the town clerk.
Yeah. I voted earlier this afternoon and ran into Jim Slayton, who, as I've mentioned before, has worked for the town clerk's office during elections for many years, mainly as a way of recognizing his mother's service as a worker in town elections in Illinois. So he's carrying on a tradition in his family, and I think that is quite commendable. So, John.
Congratulations to our town administrator. This really has been a thorough process, and I think it came to a very, very good finish. And we're lucky to have this guy. But that's not why I raised my hand. I want to just spread the congratulations around a little bit. Congratulations to Brookline Center for Community Mental Health. A very long-term nonprofit in Brookline that has made a huge difference in the lives of many, many people through their work in the field of mental health. And tonight, they are having what they call their Women at the Center event. The guest speaker is our Attorney General, Andrea Campbell. I'm expecting that I will hear tomorrow that the turnout was fantastic and that the fundraising went very well. That's usually what happens at these annual Women of the Center events. And so I congratulate the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health and wish them continuing success in their fulfilling their mission in Brookline. Somewhat on that same vein, they were written up in Brookline.news, and I commend that article to everyone. They'll learn a lot more about some recent exciting initiatives of the Brookline Center. But also connected to Brookline.news is the announcement of the Brookline Commission for Women that 6 of their 2024 Women of the Year are women who were founders of Brookline.news. Very, very exciting group of people. I'm going to read their names real quick. One of them, the first one, I had the great pleasure of working with for several years. That's Iris Adler, but then there's Ellen Clegg, Colette Phillips, Julie Rafferty, Irene Sege, and Betsy Tarlin. As I say, founders of Brookline.news, and they are among the winners of this year's 2024 designation by the Brookline Commission for Women of Brookline Women of the Year. The other 2, which I'm going to name also, are Linda Kirby, lifelong Brookliner, terrific record of commitment to the town, and Mindy Paolo, Director of English Language Education for the Brookline Public Schools. So a lot of congratulations to hand out tonight to some very, very, very worthy people.
Thank you, John. Any other updates, comments from the Select Board? Okay.
I said 1896 for civil service. It's actually 1894. I'm sorry.
For those of you who are taking down notes, correct that.
That goes back to President Arthur, was it?
A little later than Arthur. I
A little,
think it's
yeah,
either
maybe
McKinley
Cleveland.
or Harrison. I don't know. Cleveland. Cleveland is probably.
You see, our town administrator knows all this trivia. That's that helps him in his job. Anyway,
You
okay.
got help.
got help?
I won't say from home.
Okay. Okay, public comment. Charles or Charlie?
I will read us in.
Public
Thanks,
comment.
Bernard. Thank you for joining us for a public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspectives on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, once a total of 15 minutes have been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are always welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Bernard, do we have anyone in person signed up for public comment?
If two people signed up in person for public comment, the first person is Paul Blaney. Mr. Blaney, please approach the podium. If you give us your name and precinct or address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Paul Blaney, 22 James Street, apartment number 1. My concern pertains to the St. Paul Beacon intersection, a block from my home. The problems with that intersection arise partly from the fact that St. Paul cuts across Beacon at an angle, but mainly from the fact that St. Paul is a heavily traveled 2-lane road which turns into a 3-lane road as it approaches Beacon, then as a 4-lane road within the intersection itself, and then the various lanes do not line up. There was a serious accident there a week ago, and it got me thinking. I'm here this evening to share what, as a very amateur traffic engineer, I've come up with. The question is, what can be done to help drivers understand how to navigate this space? I have 4 suggestions, all based on my observation of the ways that drivers often ignore the lane designations there. First, paint dotted lines on the pavement to demarcate and define the paths that drivers should follow. There would be dotted lines for through traffic St. Paul drivers to help them make that little swerve, and for drivers making each of the possible left turns between Beacon and St. Paul. At the beginning, number 2, that's the first. The number 2 is at the beginning of the turn lanes, put up roadside signs on the right side of the St. Paul right-of-way and at the left side of the Beacon right-of-way that would provide schematic drawings, show the paths available to drivers entering the intersection from the respective vantage. Lane lines ending in arrows are often used in such signage. Third, install a 2-sided keep to the right sign between the 2 middle lanes of St. Paul at the center of the intersection. The main point is to do something about the tendency of all drivers to treat those 2 middle lanes as a free-for-all no man's land. The very best, drivers need to avoid a lane intended for oncoming traffic, and they often do not. Fourth, again, install signs, but in this case, keep to the right signs, but in this case, in the pavement at the edge of where St. Paul reaches Beacon, at the edge of the intersection, facing the intersection, but at the left side of the single through traffic lane to keep drivers away from the oncoming turn lane.
You have 30 seconds.
It would also discourage drivers turning from Beacon onto St. Paul from turning wide and intruding upon that St. Paul turning lane. My personal experience is that I'm most fearful coming down St. Paul from Cypress and turning left onto Beacon, because that's when I'm faced as a turner with cars coming at me. And I think something should be done there. My wife proofread my suggestions, and she said 1 and 2, they absolutely ought to happen right away. Number 3 and 4.
Your time has expired.
So
Please
sure
conclude.
I have misgivings about 3 and 4 also, but I think they should be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next person signed up for in-person public, I'm sorry. Oh, the next person signed up for in-person public comment is Raj Dahana. Dahana, are you with us? Or are you online? You are online. Please use the hand raise feature.
Not seeing Raj online.
Okay.
Other folks, well, there is a dial-in number. Other folks can use the hand raiser Q&A feature if they'd like to indicate they'd like to speak. I'm seeing Bonnie Bastian. I'll promote Bonnie now, and we can come back to Raj. Bonnie, you're promoted to a panelist, so you can share your video and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Bonnie Bastian. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 5. I just wanted to speak up today. I wanted to take a moment to sing the praises of the Office of Veteran Affairs because I believe you're taking up their budget today. And particularly Bill McGroarty, the director of that office. You likely know how valuable he is to our community, but I wanted to pass on a short story of my experience with him. So I am a tenant organizer in Brookline, which means I work directly with tenants and assist them when they're in a really rough situation. And I was made aware of a woman that was brought into the eviction process. And when I met her, I'll just follow what I wrote here. I was working with a Brookline tenant who had been entered into the eviction process due to unpaid rent. She had a significant language barrier and was married to a veteran who had sudden health issue that had permanently physically and mentally disabled him. Bill had been working with the family for a while when the husband was suddenly impaired, and he stepped in to assist the wife with her language barriers, translating her mail for her, because the husband used to do all of this. He used to handle all of those things, and that's how the rent became unpaid because she wasn't receiving these notices or able to read them. He even went as far as to assist her with the paperwork to apply for assistance, and to deal with the property managers. He took her in person to apply for raft. He also escorted her to court proceedings that she needed to attend. And in the end, she was able to sort out the situation, and it's solely because of Bill's work and his value. He went so far over and above what he needed to do, and I can't imagine that that's the only case he's done that for. So I just wanted to share that story with you all, in the hopes that that department gets all that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
We had Mr. Dada, and I apologize. Sorry.
Donda.
Donda. I'm so sorry. I couldn't, but I think we lost him.
Yeah, I'm not seeing there was a phone number on the call. I wasn't sure if that was the one I was going to promote them after.
Oh, he was here and signed the sheet.
Right. So we'll see if he comes back. I see a hand in the back. If the person wants to speak, you come up and identify yourself at the microphone, give your address and precinct, and your 3 minutes will begin. I'm sorry, I don't have that image. I don't know if Charlie does.
Yes, I emailed it directly to Charlie.
Okay. Charlie, would you display the image if we have it?
I see it now. Hold on just a moment. I can pull it up.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sana Hafiz, Precinct 4, speaking in the capacity of BNBC National Program Director, and specifically as BNB ATP Program Director. No problem. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, right.
That's better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I start again, please?
Yes, please go for it.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sana Hafiz, Precinct 4, speaking in the capacity of BNBC National Program Director, and specifically as BNB ATP Program Director. This past month, B&B ATP has completed a site visit to one of the top 3 air taxi manufacturing companies in America, our new partner, where we were able to not only see an electric aircraft, but fly it in a flight simulator with a training department. The aircraft that you see behind us is an urban air mobility vehicle, an electric one at that you'll be seeing flying soon as an air taxi. This is just a teaser. We can't release everything just yet. What I can share with you is that there's going to be a lot of new changes coming with AAM, Advanced Air Mobility, especially with FAA UAM Concept 2.0. The FAA's plan to implement urban air mobility. There's going to be over 100,000 jobs created in this $5 billion industry as of 2025. Again, 2025 is the Federal Aviation Administration's commercialization launch goal. It's in the best interest of our communities, including our planet, if we choose to embrace these new sustainable technologies. We've already talked about how drone package delivery via electric drones is drastically more climate friendly. Furthermore, from an AAM feasibility study, you can see that everything about 30 to 50 miles south of Boston Logan, Brockton and Taunton, for example, usually take about 1.5 to 2 hours to get to the airport itself. And now it'll take about a 7 to 10 minute flight. So imagine, the reduction in gas use, the reduction in traffic, the ease of transport itself. UAM jobs have already been seen in Boston, like when Mass General recently had to hire a Canadian drone company, Dragonfly, to do drone package delivery of medical supplies and medication. We told you this was coming more than a year ago. And you said that you couldn't see the public benefit of an aviation workforce development program. All this has been detailed in our Project Fatima feasibility study. This study is a step required by the FAA. Our airspace mapping efforts and laying the informational groundwork to establish these UAV, UAM corridors, UATC site systems, all of that's well underway. Our feasibility study covers both potential issues like highly congested areas, air traffic control management, routes, public benefits such as emergency response, public safety, etc. There's too much to cover in 3 minutes, but just a few important notes. B&B ATP is going to be reaching out to Chief Pastor soon. One of our directors spoke with you a few weeks ago. We'll be covering all of this and how it impacts Massachusetts in a webinar we'll be conducting with one of our partners, hosted by one of our media partners and moderated by some state and local officials for an invite-only audience with subsequent information sessions for the public. We look forward to sending you an email with the requests to come. This is just an overly simplified crash course in AAM and FAA UAM Concept 2.0 and its benefits to the community. We'll be sending the select board a formal request to make a presentation to educate public officials. And now I just wanted to take a moment to sit
You
with
have
the
30
gravity of
seconds,
these
Sana.
announcements. Great. We've piloted so many programs, some that others have tried to copy, like the cash business program, but you can't outdo the doer. From our ACC team waiting to, finally bring an affordable childcare facility to Brookline, to B&B ATP becoming the first program in Brookline to successfully train and get residents their federal licenses to work. We're the only all-minority aviation training program in the state. And we are the only all-minority program that has put people in aircrafts. We are now the leading workforce development training program for UAM in this state.
Your time
And,
has
you know, like-
expired. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. And like we said all those months ago, look what we've done with so little and imagine what we're doing and what we're about to do. I look forward to sharing more updates. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, folks can use the hand raise or Q&A feature to let us know if they'd like to speak on Zoom.
I see one more hand in the back. That will be our last public comment for this 15-minute period. If any additional members of the public wish to speak, they may speak at the end of the meeting. Good evening. If you want to just introduce yourself, your
Thank
name of your precinct, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Ade Janasi, Precinct 4. Just want to echo what Sana said, and on record, want to put what we are accomplishing as a community, good or bad. Brookline is now the first community with an aviation training program. We are now the first one to give residents federal licenses, earning an FAA pilot license. I hold one in airplanes and helicopters with a little bit over 3,000 hours as a captain too as well. So we know how difficult it is for minorities to be in aviation. But the point is, so much we are doing in this community that puts us in a good light. We've been favored to meet a lot of people beyond these borders, both in government and outside government, and they tend to see what we bring to the table. I hope the community does too as well. It's not about dividing the community, it's always about improving it. And we've done our part time and time again, even with the obstacles. But it's very necessary to understand in a town where Kennedy sent people to the moon, the first Black or minority training program in this state, the only program so far that has given people federal licenses to work under the FAA concept, keep that in perspective and in mind of what we are doing. So we've always said we're at the middle. For those that want to get emotional, we hope they get over that. But if not, there's a lot to do with our community that sets us apart. And rather than let that light shine, some people try to dim that. It's all in the interest of the community. The FAA is the federal government ran organization. So even from a budgeting perspective, in terms of job creation, we know how that would benefit our community. Mass General is a huge, owns a lot of hospitals. Drone pilots are going to be needed for those medical supplies, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. There's public safety included. I had a couple of conversations with Chief Pastor and other police chiefs as well. So if we look at what the future would be in America, whether some like it or not, I've said it, transportation is a core value of this society, food as well, and medical. So those three things will never change. And transportation, as we look at it, it's already happening in Texas. Those things are
You have
changing.
30 seconds.
Thank you. And when it comes to the qualification to do that, it doesn't get better than 100 years in aviation experience with what we do. Some of those examiners and FAA pilots themselves, they are former FAA examiners as well. That's part of our department. So let's just not forget the history. Like Kennedy went to the moon. It's a lot going on here in Brookline. And sooner or later, it won't be swept under the rug. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, next.
I'm sorry, it's not, I can't, but you can shoot me an email if you want. Thank you.
Okay, next, moving on to the miscellaneous agenda, and I apologize for my coughing, but that's life. Question of approving the minutes of the meeting of February 27, 2024. Any edits from the select board? No? I move approval of the minutes of February 27, 2024. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Next, we have items 7B through 7F, and I'd like to take out 7D and discuss that separately. As you know, this is our miscellaneous consent agenda items, and we usually just approve them together in omnibus fashion. But sometimes select board members, having had an opportunity to read the materials on an item, would like to have a deeper discussion of them, and that's what we're going to do with item 7D. But first, I'd like to move approval of 7B, 7C, 7E, and 7F. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now, item 7D, which is a question of approving a contract for the Amory Playground improvements with Sasaki Associates in the amount of $380,000. How do you want to do this discussion?
Well, if board members have questions or concerns, I think the question that was raised was the question of drainage at this site, whether or not we are whether or not there is a
Solution.
right. Well, rather, right. You know, well, the,
But
the question is,
what are the drainage problems?
Maybe I could ask my
What are the
question.
I was going to say, why don't you ask your question? Go for it.
Didn't want to put you on the spot.
Well, I didn't, I'm happy to let others speak for me. but
He's
not
ready.
really.
No, go for it.
So just for the public's benefit, a little context as to why we're bringing this up. So there is a project that that's been on the schedule, I think for quite a while, actually, to improve Amory Park. It includes, the scope of work includes refurbishing the clay courts. I think the facilities there as well, including the bathrooms, the parking area, including, I think, some drainage, and then as well as the boardwalk that goes around Hall's Pond, which is lovely if you've had the experience to do that. It's a project that is just getting started. There's been a design committee that's been appointed. And this evening, there is a contract that's before the select board for $380,000 for design services. And we're being asked to authorize that contract. And in reviewing that contract, I saw the scope of work and I had some questions. So that's our consent agenda. Typically, as Bernard said, has mainly we just approve them all together, but board members do have the option of pulling one out if they have questions. So that's why we're discussing that this evening. And I have three questions. One is, and again, timing just didn't afford these answers to be afforded to me over email. The first one is the park itself is a playground renovation and refurbishment. And although I don't have, if someone could display the actual map of the scope of work, that might help. Charlie, do you have the, or Chaz, can you?
I have it. I'll pull it up.
In the packet, could you
Yep.
pull up the diagram?
Yep.
Because that'll really help us understand what my question is. I frequently use this park. I take my children there regularly. And quite frequently, when you walk across this park, it is like walking across a sponge. And apparently it is near or on top of wetlands. I think it used to be a cedar swamp, but it does effectively make the park unusable for many, many days per year. If you get a whisper of moisture, it's very difficult to use the park. You can't walk on it. It's often closed. And there are 2 ball fields. And so the first question I have relates to the scope of work does not include any drainage improvements for a vast majority of the park. And I'm curious about that as to, I know it was renovated before. Is there something about the site where it's cost prohibitive or just not feasible to put in a drainage system to help alleviate the wetness so that we can actually use the park more frequently? Or is this a project that's scheduled for the future? That's my first question. I do have another question. I'm hoping someone from Park and Rec.
Well, I see
Someone
that
is Alexandra.
Alexandra Delvecchio is here, and
Oh, here she is.
if she would like to respond.
Chair, good evening, everyone. Alexandra Vecchio. I'm the Director of Parks and Open Space within the Department of Public Works. So to your question, Select Board Warren, so the scope of this project excludes the fields and the associated drainage because that was in the previous, partly because that was in the work that was completed back in 2008, 2009, and the remaining pieces of work were not addressed in that project. So given the amount of work and the breadth of work, it was, and kind of the urgency of what needed to be done when the field was separated out. So I will also say that, as you mentioned, most of the athletic field is in a FEMA mapped floodplain. So it is within areas that are regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act. So the field itself is built on top of peat material. And so that area that's defined as a floodplain has to be able to retain its current flood storage capacity. So there is limitations on what can be done. In 2008, 2009, when the field was renovated, there was extensive work done to try to improve the drainage of that field, including some additional catch basins and under-drained system. But at this time, the focus of this project is on the remaining aspects of Amory Park and Falls Pond that were not part of the previous renovation. And so adding anything to this scope of work for drainage within the field would, one, drastically change what could be done given the budget that we have, and 2, change the timeline for the project.
And Bernard, I hope if you're okay,
Sure.
I go back and forth on this a little bit. So I appreciate that. And I understand that the park was done before in 2009. And I don't know if you have the history. Is there anything particular about the area that would prevent us from solving the drainage issue? Again, it's what raised the question for me. I frequently use the park and it's often unusable. I mean, it literally is walking. When you walk across that park, you splash on many, many days. So is it an engineering issue? Is it because it's wetlands, we actually couldn't raise the level or put in significant drainage systems?
Well, I would say that because of it's in the floodplain and the need to maintain the flood storage capacity there, it would be extremely difficult unless we were to raise the entire level of the park for us to really truly eliminate the wetness that you experience when you're in Amory. And I wouldn't say an engineering issue as much as we put a park where a wetland was, and where, you know, the soils were not really intended for to drain well, and they don't drain well. It's peat. It's intended to hold moisture, and so we're now it's difficult for us to undo that. There was new soil that was brought in as part of the 2008-2009 project to try to amend that, but I would say that without elevating the park itself, it would be difficult for us to completely eliminate the issues that we have with flooding there, and particularly after a particularly wet year as we've seen this year as well.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years that this park has been frequently not usable, but I understand now. So in the future, if we go revisit the next time we renovate that portion of the park, I guess that would be the time to see if we can convince people to do something different, which sounds very expensive. My second question, and I'll have one follow-up, has to do with the tennis courts and investigating just the layout of the park and everything. I came to realize that the clay tennis courts are actually operated by, I think, a for-profit organization called Net Results. I was hoping to understand what the relationship is there, and whether similar to the golf course where I think we have some private enterprises, there's we have an enterprise fund. Do we have an enterprise fund for the Amory clay courts, or does this party lease it and then operate it? How does the function work?
Sure. So I will say that the Recreation Department handles that contract, and Recreation's separate from Parks, but I will do my best to answer that from what I know from working with the Rec Department on it. So the Parks and Open Space Division is responsible for the maintenance of the clay tennis courts. However, yes, there's a third party, Net Results, who has the contract right now that runs both programming lessons at Amory tennis courts, and also does, I believe, lessons and programs at Waldstein courts as well. And so that is not a separate revolving fund as far as I'm aware, and it is part of the budget for the Rec Department to run that contract.
So Chaz, I'm just curious, is that, and we can dig into this at another time, the reason why it relates to this is I'm wondering so we're paying for this project out of CIP funds.
Yes.
But yet we have a private enterprise that essentially has exclusive use of these courts. They charge a fee, an annual fee to gain access to it, or you could pay daily, but I think the revenue flows to them. They offer private lessons at very substantial cost. And so I'm just curious, how does the revenue generation and profit from the Amory Park clay courts that we're paying for to refurbish, how does that work back into the budget to help the capital investment for the courts?
So I've asked the Rec Department for a copy of that contract.
Okay.
I don't know what the structure of the revenue is. I don't know if
Okay.
there's a revenue sharing agreement, or if it is, as you said, they pay us a fee to license we put out an RFP for an operating agreement, basically,
Okay.
where they pay us for the privilege of operating the courts, and that's where revenue comes in. But I'm not sure of the structure of this specific agreement.
Okay.
I hope to have that for you by tomorrow.
Okay, but it's not like an enterprise, it's not an enterprise fund.
No.
It's a separate operating
Because
agreement.
they
Okay.
work at other courts too. They're
They also do Wallstein courts, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Mike, you had a question?
No, I wanted to, I used to live at 1160 Beacon Street facing those tennis courts, actually. So, or essentially facing those courts in the park. I was going to say, they pay us a fee. It's not like we don't get anything. It's not, we haven't given them the income stream. They operate those on a contract basis.
Yeah, so I mean, well, I'll take this up at a later date when I see the contract, but it does sound like they're the exclusive user of the
They
clay
have control
of
yeah.
the clay tennis courts, and you have to go through them to get access to the clay tennis courts at Amory Park, and you have to pay a fee. And we're doing the capital investment for that. Again, I'm curious. We'll get the agreement and we'll revisit it further. My main question was, does any of that money flow into an enterprise fund?
No.
And it's not an enterprise fund. It's just it's a user fee. And we're essentially giving them exclusive use of the courts. Okay, thank you so much. I'm good with the contract. I'm prepared to approve it. I do hope that we can address in some way the drainage issues at Amory in the future, because it is unfortunate that it's often not usable.
Thank you.
Okay, I move approval then of contract PW 24-23 for the Amory Playground improvements with Sasaki Associates in the amount of $380,000. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay. Next, our calendar, our main calendar items. First of all, Juneteenth celebration. Review and possible vote on a plan to authorize the town administrator to seek one or more community partnerships for a town-wide celebration of Juneteenth. Do you want to lead that discussion? You presented a memo outlining your proposal
Sure.
that you and I actually worked on.
So there were concerns raised last week about how we're going to celebrate Juneteenth this year, and I think they're good concerns. We, in the past, have celebrated sort of in an informal basis in partnership with one or more community organizations. We've had a couple different events, and there's a desire. I think the feedback we got from last year's events was great. It was wonderful. There was some confusion about who was doing what. Because there wasn't a sort of formal process in place, who's bringing the tables, who's got the, et cetera. And then there was the kind of other piece of feedback we got was, well, it was fun, but the real kind of fun part of it came at the end of the official ceremony when, people really took it over and made it their own. And we were, able to facilitate people coming together, but it was ultimately a community celebration. And I think we want to be very mindful of the fact that this is a new holiday, a new really recognized federal holiday to celebrate the Black and Brown community and the accomplishments since the announcement of the emancipation in Texas. And we want to be sure that we're working in partnership with the whole of the community to provide what they want and what the whole community is looking for. And so we have a budget for Juneteenth this year. It's $20,000. There's a small contingency that we want to hold in reserve of $3,000. After some discussion with the chair, the proposal we brought before you was to effectively put out a request for a community partnership to the community and say, if an organization would like to host a Juneteenth celebration this year, if they have a budget, if it's clear, if it is inclusive, if it provides access to other organizations who want to participate in the event, and if they're willing to kind of go through the process necessary, that is get the permits, make sure they have insurance, all of those things can be covered in the budget. We would waive fees for the permits. It would just be a matter of making sure that we had everything in line and made clear that the organization would be responsible for things like tables and setup and so forth. And DPW would be responsible for what it's typically responsible for and so forth. Then that would probably be the best way to go forward to ensure that there is true community buy-in to the event and that there is an inclusive spirit to the proceedings. That is, that everyone who wants to participate in celebrating the holiday can celebrate the holiday. But we're open to your suggestions, concerns, comments about how to best proceed here.
Yeah. Paul.
Were you going to start something?
No, you can start.
A couple of questions. Last year we had 2
Yes.
celebrations. Did we help fund those?
Yes.
Do we know how much the 2 events cost us?
I don't have the budget off the top of my head, but I can get it for you.
Okay.
It was probably around 20,000. Yeah.
Between both 20 times 2 or between the 2?
No.
20.
Between both.
Okay, between both. And is this, do you anticipate a formal request for proposal or a call for how is this going to work?
We want to avoid barriers to access, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to be like, this is a formal procurement process, and if you miss a T or dotting an I somewhere, you're out. We want it to be a request for community. We want it to be an inclusive request for community partnerships. And with the idea being that if you submit a budget, if you demonstrate, that you have a vision and a plan and a commitment to this, and that it's something that we can fund, that's the whole kind of review of it. We can't, for example, fund prize giveaways, but we can fund, educational activities, stuff like that.
Okay, it's just one more follow-up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So could it be that we still have 2 events?
The idea is that we would want to bring all parties together.
And have one
And have
consolidated event?
Last year, we had 2 events. Both of them were really great events, but the sort of tension that resulted from that is just not appropriate for something that the town is funding. So we're trying to figure out a way of getting all parties together in one event, however it's set up, but, not have, two separate events.
Okay.
John? Oh,
Do you want to go?
No, no,
Yep.
you go ahead, John.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to add, maybe it's not for me to say, but I do hope that if for whatever reason, we've got, let's say, two groups that want to go in slightly different directions. I hope we won't rule out that there can be, group A, doing something in the morning at a location A, group B doing something in the afternoon at location B. I don't think that would necessarily be a bad thing. I mean, of course, if people can, to the extent in all walks of life, if people can work together, that's better. But if they want to work separately for the same goal, I hope that we'll figure out a way that we can fund this and make this a really good community event, whether it's, two groups doing two events or one unified group doing one event. I keep thinking that the useful comparison in my mind for how people can think about this is, let's say you and your neighbors want to have a block party. And there are certain things that the town can do to help you have the block party. There's certain necessary things, because you might want them to close off the street, for the day. So you get help from the town and you get permission, first of all, to close up the street. And then, you'll probably get help from the DPW putting up a few, what do you call those things? Not barricades, whatever. You might even get, a little help. Police department send somebody around to make sure that if there's any traffic issues because of the block being shut off, they help deal with the traffic issues. This is an effort to make the event, the community's event, and to let the community sort of tell us through various applicants how they want to celebrate this holiday, and then we figure out how we can help them. That's kind of how I see it.
Miriam? You?
I'm just a little confused on our role. I'm just confused on our role. If we're trying to bring two groups together, are we organizing it and then asking them to bring respective pieces or, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're providing support. We're providing pre-permits. We're providing all the logistics of setting up the event, but the idea would be that we don't run the event, right?
Okay.
We sponsor the event and have it. And we had considered a kind of the alternative that we considered was sort of a block party model where we'd say anyone who wants, and we would say, I don't know, up to $1,000, up to $1,500, we would give out smaller grants to organizations. But I think the initial direction that we were given was we want to look towards a singular event. So that was an alternative option that we considered. That's a possibility if that's a direction you want to pursue. But we were the way we ultimately came out here was a single event with the requirement that if an organization is going to host it, they're not allowed to say, hey, I know you want to celebrate the holiday too, but you can't do it here. That it has to be, everyone who is trying to celebrate the holiday has to be allowed to sit at the table in some way.
With town money.
Right.
I mean, someone could ask for a permit to have an event somewhere else in town without asking for town money. I don't think that we would preclude that. But any further discussion?
I guess I have one
Okay.
more point. So, following on to what John said, so you're not looking for your memo doesn't say singular partner. You're looking for partners. So this could be, this to me could be like a first night celebration, right? You've got something that's happening in Copley. You get something that's happening, in the North End. You get something, right? So it's a different areas. I mean, I'm just curious about, and I do understand that there may be some issues going on, but maybe like Miriam said, should we be resolving those or should we be helping to bring them together in a way that they cooperate, but maybe there are multiple venues? Is is it a financial issue for us? We're not sponsoring it. We're not running it.
No, I mean, the issue for us was also, was about command and control, really. It was about the logistics on our end of basically ODICR being asked to referee between different groups. And we don't want to do that.
Okay.
We don't think it's fair to say, you can do X, you can do Y, and that whenever people fight, they go to ODICR and say, hey, you know, we want this. We just want it to be very clear from the outset. And the goal in this was to have a single organization, a single umbrella event. But you're right, I intentionally left that open in the memo, because if what we get is kind of a hybrid proposal, if what at the end of the day the community submits is, here are two different events in two discrete locations that add up to $20,000, and there's no issue of the town having to referee between the organizations, great, we can do that.
Good.
But we
So the
don't,
message is, please work together.
yes,
Okay.
right. Either, you know,
Okay.
either
I think that's a good message.
submit one proposal or coordinate and submit two proposals under a single umbrella that respect the budget.
Or two parts of one proposal.
Right.
And the idea is that, you know, the town doesn't want to be funding multiple celebrations that don't necessarily cohere. I see Donnell O'Neill is at the microphone. This is not a hearing, Donnell, but I will give you 2 minutes to say something if that's your desire.
Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate that. I sent Chaz an email. If you look at your email, Chaz, I asked.
Is that the email in colors?
I'm so sorry. I saw your email about whether or not this was a hearing, but I haven't seen a follow-up. I don't know if it got caught in the filter or something. I
was asking if I can have 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
All right.
the chair has said you can go.
All right. Thank you, Bernard. So Donnell O'Neill Senior, town meeting member from Precinct 4. I'm also on the advisory committee, long life resident of Brookline. I love this idea that you guys Chaz put forward. It's a beautiful idea until there's a resolution written for a Juneteenth committee. Okay. I'm not offering myself to do that, by the way. Okay. So this is an awesome idea to get all stakeholders. I think that's the word people are looking for, involved in this. So from suggestion boxes, emails. Now the town can facilitate that now in a short capacity. If, you know, just by people sending emails, saying, you know, we have a suggestion about Juneteenth. The whole collaboration on getting both. So first and foremost, Juneteenth is it's a celebration. People celebrate it for a week in some states and in places. So having an A and B, it shouldn't matter as long as it stays on the budget. Okay, when it all what it comes down to, it's a goal for everyone that there's some unity in this. You know, I am tired of the division, and it's tough trying to get everyone together. And it's a town celebration. It's a celebration that we all should be celebrating and remembering the 84 that we have here and really celebrating them.
Well, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Charlie. You're doing a lot, man. AC subcommittee, you're doing a lot, man. I'm proud. Thank you. So that's all. I appreciate your sentiment, Chaz. I just wanted to let you know that, and I hope all stakeholders will come to the table and just get along. Thank you.
Thank you, Donnell. Did you have your hand up?
I was just going to say, now that I've heard this more, so the contours here are, we're looking for really one proposal. It could be joint. It could be 10 parties involved in this, but really looking for a celebration that is that the town would support. But it's kind of one, as he called it, a celebration committee that plans this thing and executes. And it could be multiple locations, but it really is one one event.
Yes.
Okay, so I take that to mean.
Well, I don't know,
okay
but
with it.
you have a.
Miriam.
May I?
Sure.
I'm almost loath to bring it up, but I feel like last year, I know that there were some tensions with the two groups and how they were treated, how they treated, how they interacted with each other.
Yeah.
And without making judgment, I'm concerned that we're putting these groups in a position to interact with each other when it may not actually be the best choice, frankly. And so I hesitate. I do think we need a centralized process. I do think we need a cap on our budget. I do think we need to be very careful about, how we disperse our funds. But sometimes it's not always the best decision to force two groups to work together. And it gives me great pause.
And so I think the aim here, right, is to say, if that's not possible, that's not possible.
Okay.
But the town is not.
As long as there's an out.
Right. The town is in the business of approving the initial proposal and the budget. The town is not in the business of mediating this. This is something where, we shouldn't be getting involved in that. We want the best for everyone, but we can't be the mediator.
But I also don't want us forcing two groups to work.
No,
together.
and I think the proposals will bear that out. I think if we get proposals if we get a series of competing proposals, then we will have to choose between competing proposals. That's not what we would like. We would like to see a harmonious proposal, but if we get competing proposals, we'll have to analyze them. Guys, I appreciate, and I really do, but the whole point of us having the public comment policy is to avoid a situation where someone says, you gave it to this person, why didn't you give it to another person?
Okay,
Sorry.
okay, we have to approve this, approach.
Yes, and I will keep
So-
the board updated on a regular basis as to how
Okay.
we're doing.
I move approval then of the, Juneteenth Celebration Community Partnership proposal that, we have before us. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, thank you.
Hey, take care now.
Okay. Next, department budget reviews. Okay, I'd like to start off by saying that we're reviewing 4 budget proposals tonight. The advisory committee, the information technology department, town council, and the veteran affairs department. These budget reviews allow the select board to review budgets for individual departments and entities of town government and add our views and perspectives to their budget requests. Our role is different from that of the advisory committee, who works up the budget and prepares it for presentation to, in case you can't understand me, presentation to town meeting for a vote. But our comments at this meeting and in the combined reports and our discussion at last week's joint hearing with the advisory committee all will play an important role in crafting the town's budget. Tonight's review is not a public hearing, but any comments that people have can be emailed to the select board office, which will distribute them to select board members. Your emails will be read and considered by the select board. You may also want to send them to the advisory committee. I also want to mention that later this month, Chaz and Melissa Goff will be holding what has become our annual, it's called various things, but I'll call it Town Budgeting 101 seminar for the public. I urge everyone interested in the town budget process to attend this seminar or review it afterwards on tape to understand the sometimes convoluted rules and procedures of budgeting by municipalities and how they differ from the private business world. So let's start our discussion today with review of the advisory committee budget. And who do we have? Oh, I see Dennis Doughty right there. So Dennis.
Hi, thank you. Dennis Doughty, Chair of the Advisory Committee. I think this should be easy. The budget request for fiscal year 2025 is identical to the budget request for fiscal year 2024, $30,916. The lion's share of that is the salary for our our support staff in the form of Lisa Porcher, who does yeoman work in managing our scheduling and coordinating all of the activities of the committee. The only questions that came up in our subcommittee review of the budget was whether sufficient amount had been budgeted for both the meals that are supplied for a subset of our in-person meetings, because we are returning to in-person meetings, and the fact that there has been a minor uptick in desire for certain training or conferences related to Mass Municipal. But my sense is that the budget is ample for those purposes based on prior years. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but otherwise I think this is a very simple budget request.
I agree. Any questions from the select board?
Just a comment or two.
John?
I can't resist saying that the advisory committee, Dennis, is such a model of simplicity in your budget requests and modesty. And I hope you're not going to overspend that 3,000 for food. I knew that when the advisory committee started meeting in person again, they were going to insist on being fed. And I'm not outraged by that. And I hope you enjoy the pizza that you occasionally get. And Lisa Porcher is without, she's one of those people that's so essential to the operations of our government. Boy,
yes, I can't say enough good things about her.
0.4 FTE again. I don't know. I'm sure that's going to be FTE that is once again essential, and once again probably half of the actual production that we're going to get out of the individual. So congratulations on a good budget.
Paul?
Yep, and I echo my thanks, Dennis, to the advisory committee. I think most of us have served on the advisory committee, all of us. And my only question is related to the work that it takes to increase transparency for town meeting and the community as to all the work that's being done. So, we've struggled in the past with information, simple information access for town meeting members and the public to stay abreast of, the reports, the hearings, the amendments to the warrant and all that. And it is a complex set of information. And I know some work was done last year, I think by the moderator on the TMMA site. But, I wonder, are you sufficiently able to support the continued need for improved access to information for town meetings so that people know what the heck is going on and what they're voting on?
Well, that's a great question. I think there's a three-part answer. So first off, the moderator worked with a small group to improve the website presentation for town meeting, to try to improve access to the warrant in sort of deep hyperlink form. So it's not just one gigantic PDF that people have to scroll through, but can instead go article by article. What the advisory committee has done is if you go to the town's website and you click on the advisory committee link, there is actually a tracker. And so all of our subcommittee hearings are indexed there. The particular when we start discussing warrant articles, you will see the tracker for both when the select board is going to hear a particular item, when the advisory committee is going to hear an item, what the vote was, and links to all of the subcommittee reports, and then eventually the combined report write-up. I think we do a very, very good job of maintaining and tracking that, and 99.9% of that work is done by Lisa, and it happens really well. But I think there's a subtext to your question, which is, can we do this in a way that's less labor intensive, more applicable across the town for other committees and the like. And I think that will require or could require additional support from the sixth floor and from the IT department potentially to make it easier for meeting invitations to be in a more standard form so that it's easier to find out whether a particular hearing is discussing a particular item, either by property address or by warrant article number or something like that. And that's going to require some work, I suspect. And I don't think that's something we could expect to happen as part of the volunteer initiative.
Okay, I think I think you're right. I guess my point is, and I think you've aptly corrected me that this is not purely the domain of the advisory committee, but there is a bigger issue going on, which is this access to clear, simple information about each article, where it stands, how it's changed, what's happening with it. It's for me, and I feel pretty well plugged in. I have a hard time keeping up with what's going on. I see Mr. Sandman is ready to.
So I'm Dennis's predecessor, of course, as chair, and put together the first a spreadsheet that was up on Google,
Right.
On Google for anybody to look at it, and Lisa has come along and. As one would expect with Lisa, she's vastly improved it. But the difficulty is that there's no central coordination between all of the committees.
Right.
And that's a staffing, that needs to be a person.
It's not going to be solved with incrementally changing this budget.
No.
Okay, my question has been answered. Thank you, Dennis. And by the way, great work.
Yeah, great work. Any other questions from the select board?
Hope food inflation isn't too bad.
Well, pizza
I
still
hope not.
cheap, right? Oh, they have
It's probably
Yeah,
okay.
Miriam, we
Yeah.
have the reserve fund, so we
That's how many 100,000? Oh, well.
okay. So no other questions. Thank you, Dennis, for your presentation. And we'll move on to the Informational Technology Department.
I'm
Is
promoting
Fung
Fung
Yang
now.
available?
Fung's promoted to a panelist right now.
Good evening.
Hello, Fung.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Carey, Chair Green, and members of the Select Board. Feng Yang, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology Department. It is my pleasure here tonight to present you the Town Administrator's FY25 ITD budget. So let me start with showing you this slide that I think I've showed you last year. The IT department manages a very large and expanding digital landscape. This year, from last year's 52 locations, we now have 54 locations networked and connected. And I'm not going to go through the whole landscape, but you can see it's a very large digital landscape that we're managing, protecting, and making sure performance is up there.
Fung, I don't think you're sharing right now. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Charlie.
You're welcome.
You have to allow me to share.
Oh, that's odd. You should have. Hold on just a moment.
Yeah, I think by
you
default.
can now share.
Okay,
Hey,
great. Thank you. I will go back. Okay, here we go.
No, it's fresh.
Can you all now see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Okay, so this is the large expanding digital landscape that I talked about. For FY25 budget is just a little bit over $2.4 million, and it's 0.8% increase from last year. Some of the increases are software increases, decrease in budgeted capital, and also just regular step increases in salaries. So very, very simple this year. And the board has asked departments to talk about their current long-term goals. So our department's mission is to work collaboratively with all departments to provide innovative, secure, and reliable technology to enhance the delivery of town and school services to the community. I will just mention a few main goals that we have. Modernize and maintain a resilient and secure IT infrastructure, incorporating emerging technologies to support the current and future needs, to prioritize user experience and to provide exceptional technical support to users of our IT systems and services, managing all of our devices securely and efficiently and cost-effectively, to implement comprehensive digital solution to streamline business processes, improving accessibility and transparency for residents and employees, to establish comprehensive cybersecurity measures to take into consideration people, process, technology, and risk management approach to protect our computing environment and our systems and data, and also to invest in ongoing training and professional development for IT staff to ensure they are abreast of technological advancements for fostering a skilled and agile team. And here's your very good-looking IT team. In the this is one of our our staff meetings in the so the IT team really has been working very hard in FY24 so far, and it was very difficult when the board asked to pick out just the 3 accomplishments, right? So if we have to pick out 3, I think cybersecurity improvements is certainly worth mentioning first, because not only this is this is on every single CIO's top priorities, but also the town's cybersecurity posture has been improved thanks to the investment that you have, put in the past few years. I want to, the improvements are in the areas of policies, user awareness training, vulnerability monitoring and patching, threat detection, pen test, risk assessment, so on and so forth. And the metrics that we used are cybersecurity scorecard grade, employee training completion rate, and also NCSR stands for National Cybersecurity Review Results, which I'll talk about individually. So we use a cybersecurity scorecard platform that to look at ourselves, our cybersecurity posture, but also look at vendors. So we use it to vet vendors as well. So looking at ourselves, our current grade is A with a score of 92. And this basically is based upon reviews of many different aspects, right, of brookline.gov. And it's endpoint protection, it's patch cadence, it's network security, application security, DNS health, IP reputation, and many and other aspects. And in this space, it doesn't matter how well we did. If we don't keep it up, we will be vulnerable. And we get vulnerability alerts every day from multi-state information sharing agencies, from DHS. And so this is an area that we can never claim victory. We must always be vigilant. And my staff like to say that we have to be right 100% time all the time, and hackers only need to be right once. Mm-hmm. So so I want to talk a little bit about also, the cybersecurity employee training completion rate. I am very happy this year that our annual training during the cybersecurity months in October of 2023 has gone up from 75% to 96.8%. So this is just one set of training. So we do the training every year, and next year, hopefully we'll get to 100%. And the board members also are part of the training too, okay? And so for the National Cybersecurity Review results, so because we have federal funding, grant funding, so we started the National Cybersecurity Review back in 2018 prior to COVID. As you can see, last year I might have bored you with my, I talked a lot about the National Institute of Standards and Technology cybersecurity framework that we're following. And the framework has, 5 different categories: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So in all fronts, we have made a lot of progress. Again, thanks to all of your support and the funding, the investment definitely shows the results. So at this point, we are at the average, if not above the average. So more work to do, and also more work to do to keep at that level as well. So specifically in this area, here are a whole list of things, improvements, the specific improvements that we've done. I'm not going to read through all of them to save time, but they are under all the categories in the NIST framework. And this year, they released a new version of the NIST framework, which added governance as part of the, in addition to the 5 categories that we followed. And we score ourselves against. And the second accomplishment really is in the we enhanced the infrastructure. So thanks to the ARPA fund that you approved, town hall Wi-Fi was redesigned. So you can look at where you are, the chart on the left, where my mouse is, that's where you are. So all the new access points have been installed, and this is a heat map showing the 2.4 gigahertz coverage. 2.4 reaches wider than the 5G, but 5G is also available in that area. And we focused on conference rooms because of hybrid meetings, public meetings, but also we focused on areas where we have heard from a lot of people in the past that there are issues, areas where departments interact with the public a lot. There's a lot of foot traffic. So for instance, the treasurer's office, the town clerk's office, transportation, building department. So we focus on those areas where they interact with the public. So you can see this is, the first floor treasurer's area, the town clerk's area, all covered. We're wrapping up. We're looking at the heat map. We're able to see, areas that are spotty. So we're adding more, for instance, the lobby of the first floor. We covered all the conference rooms on the first floor, but the lobby area has a little bit of a gap. So we're adding 1 more access points, and wiring is a bit difficult because the ceiling is pretty high, and it's gonna so that's currently being worked on. So in the infrastructure area, so town hall Wi-Fi redesigned, upgraded to single mode fiber between town hall and public safety. We have now redundancy and also higher speed, and between high school and public safety, and so on and so forth. And we improved wired and wireless network connectivities, improved the security monitoring and event logging, improved data center infrastructure for better performance. So some of the metrics, you asked about metrics that we're using is uptime. So our uptime has been 99.9%, which is really good, even compared to a lot of larger organizations. Our server availability, latency of our networks, and vulnerability scanning results. In the past few years, in the past we see critical, vulnerability, but now, we constantly addressing critical vulnerabilities. So we're looking at medium, low vulnerabilities to work on as well. But then again, like I said, this space changes a lot. So we constantly have to be scanning for vulnerabilities and remediate them. So it's an ongoing effort, an ongoing process. The third area of accomplishments is really the expanded and improved the digital services. We've added more digital services into our catalog, new employee intranet site, new tools and process for departments to prepare time-consuming FOIA requests. it's necessary, but it's quite time consuming and taxing on the staff time. So and that process has been improved by our web developer. We also build integration between citizen request application and DPW work order systems. So some of the metrics that we use, you asked about metrics, number of online services available, number of workflows optimized, user experience. So three key goals in FY25. We want to continue to improve the organization's overall cybersecurity posture, raise user awareness, update and educate users on relevant policies that we've developed this year, and enhance infrastructure and to be prepared for disaster recovery and build out a robust cybersecurity program. And leverage the new IT service management system. We are targeting May to roll out the new IT service management system and ticketing system to replace the current one called SchoolDude, to streamline and improve customer service for better measurement of satisfaction. It's going to have better user interface, user experience, better workflow built, and also better data collected so that we can really use the data to analyze where the issues are, how to improve. Also, the third goal is to continue to work with internal departments to streamline business processes, increase digital services, and improve user experience. You have sent us a list of questions. I'll just very quickly go through them. Do we see demands for IT services increase, decreased, or stay the same? Certainly increased due to the expanded digital landscape and also ever-growing cyber threats. A lot of the work has been, dedicated to cybersecurity. In looking at the select board's accomplishment, do we have any concerns or comments? We don't have any concerns. Our Chas and the town administrator's office communicate very well with department heads through bi-weekly department head meetings, quarterly department head, division head meetings, and other ad hoc meetings. So no concerns there. No new initiatives within the operating budget beyond the objectives that we already outlined. We don't currently have that bandwidth to add any new initiatives. And in FY25, we don't have any plans to add or subtract personnel. You recently approved a couple of authorization to hire. Last year was the first year since COVID that IT department is fully staffed after a lot of difficulty hiring talents. This year, we have someone retiring. We have someone moved away. So we are looking to hire 2 more people. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we're going to have a better experience. We don't finding the talents. So not in FY25 to add or subtract personnel, but we do have one position that's funded through APAR, which is the cybersecurity analyst position. When APAR fund ends, that does need to be funded in the IT operating budget. So the town minister's office we've been discussing, and so definitely it's on the radar. And if money is of no issue, after the cybersecurity analyst positions funded, if money is no issue, I would really love to have an information security division, the 4th division. Like a lot of our larger organizations, there's a dedicated information security division, but of course, money is, of course, always an issue. So with that said, I'm going to end my presentation here. Sorry, I think I went over my 10 minutes, so I apologize, but I am here for some questions if you have any.
Michael.
So first of all, I want to say that's a great report. I actually, you did very well with just a bit more than 10 minutes. That was very informative and very helpful. There was a lot of discussion about behind the scenes, about cybersecurity, about Wi-Fi. Well, Wi-Fi is not exactly behind the scenes. It's it's only behind the scenes. It's only visible to us when it fails.
Yes.
Like security, it's only visible when it doesn't work out. Looking back over the last few years, starting with COVID, I have to say you've come an enormously far distance. It's in the out front side, in the ability to support hybrid meetings, and putting equipment in place and so forth. I remember all of the earlier discussions about, well, what do we use for hybrid meetings, and it all seems to have resolved certainly reasonably well. So I think you have to take a sort of an extra bow for what's been accomplished, not just last year, but over a 3 or 4 year period, really 4 or 5 year period at this point. The question I have is about shared services between the town IT department and the school's IT needs. And I wonder if you can talk to us a little bit about how that's working, whether you feel like the town and schools together could do better with more coordination, whether there's enough coordination. Where do you see gaps? And is there anything that we should be talking with the school committee about?
Okay, so let me actually bring up the organization chart of IT. I think that will help the conversation. So let me share the screen here. Can you see that? So right now, the combined consolidated IT organization has 3 functional divisions: digital services, network and infrastructure, and the service desk, which has a manager and 4 technicians. So this section, so here, let me move my mouse here. These 5 positions are funded by public schools. So, and we try to, make this whole organization a very cohesive one, and we're making tremendous amount of progress compared to before COVID. So my network and infrastructure group, I actually, because this question came up from one of the advisory committee, subcommittee meetings. So I asked my network group, how much, let's just, a rough estimate, how much of your time you spend on school side compared to town side. So the answer is 70% of their time is spent on the school side. So managing, because school has a very large digital footprint in all the classrooms, IP speakers, IP phones, all the Wi-Fi access points, all the wired connections and all that. So, and then of course, our service desk, primarily their time is spent on supporting schools. So the 4,000, so I'm gonna stop sharing, and then the 4,000 plus tickets that we triage every year are mostly on the school side. So I think in this sense, supporting both town schools, it's working out. We're making huge progress. It's working out very well. And we have all the devices now on lease cycles, working with the procurement officer, not only on the town side, but on the school side. Student devices are on lease, teacher devices are on lease, and admin folks that device on lease. So device management, my service desk group are doing a fantastic job. Last summer, they rolled out 4,000 Chromebooks very smoothly working. So you just saw the organizational structure of IT department. So the digital services primarily support town digital services. And then on the school side, there's a collaboration between IT and education technology, which has 9 ETSs and director and an assistant. And they work very closely with the service desk team that supports all the classrooms and the teachers. They work very collaboratively. We also work collaboratively with the facilities department on the school side, and also data team who manages student information systems and other applications. So certainly there could be a lot more sort of at the leadership level support of the shared services. I think that more collaboration. That would definitely help.
Okay, Miriam?
Thank
Yeah, I have to ask about the $11. So if
$11.
Yes.
Okay.
So I lost my page, but it says there's a part-time temp employee from 2023 and the salary line that got paid $11. So I just don't know if that's a typo, if somebody actually got paid $11.
I am not sure where you were looking at, but
I'll find, it is in the packet. So I don't know how I lost it.
You belong on the advisory committee.
Sorry, I just,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm gonna find it. What?
It's $11.
I know, I was just, it's right. It's not.
Is it
that it's
11 million? Is what
$11,
you're
it's
asking.
that
Is it really 11 million?
It's that it was 11. It just seemed very odd and out of place. So I thought, okay,
Okay.
page 70. Here it is.
Okay.
Page
Melissa, you can answer the
75
question?
in the packet. Oh, Melissa knows. Page 75 in the packet. Part-time temporary salary, actual FY 2023, $11.
So that is accurate because that data is pulled from Munis, but I would assume that it's probably a pay that is associated with someone that's in another account as well. So,
Okay.
but that is pulling directly from Munis.
Okay, I'm just, to me, it seemed like an outlier, so I thought
Right.
maybe it was a typo, so that's my question.
Okay, I think
Sure.
all.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, and I want to also agree with what Mike had said about the progress that you've made, certainly on the infrastructure side. I remember the days of having advisory committee meetings and trying to figure out how are we going to make this technology work.
Yeah.
And so you have done a remarkable job with the networking, the infrastructure, cybersecurity. I agree with you that you have to always be on your game, and you just have to make one mistake and they win. So I do have a couple of questions, one about infrastructure, and then I have a follow-on question to Mike about the cybersecurity. The first is on the infrastructure side. Do you manage the data centers and the infrastructure for our first responder emergency services? So police, fire, 911, emergency services. Is that technology fall into you?
So we we have two data centers, one in the top, so two data centers. And my network and infrastructure group work very closely with the IT folks in public safety. So there are a couple of IT folks in the police department and also one in the fire department. We work very closely together. So my staff manages the infrastructure, servers, things like that, and they manage the applications and other devices in those departments.
Okay, so the application folks are in, like with the schools, the application folks are in the schools, or the applications are in the police and fire. Do we regularly test, losing power? Do we do a regular disaster test to see and make sure that our services would continue to function for first responders and disaster services?
Yes, we do.
When was the last time we tested it, and what does that test entail?
We have so the last time we tested our backup is last year, that in the fall.
So if we lost, let's say that we had a complete disaster, we lost power to Brookline. Do the generators kick on and the servers continue to run, and emergency technology, do the servers continue? How do they function?
So actually we had we had a test very recently. I don't know if anyone is aware that very recently we had a huge power outage in the area that affected town hall, affected the surrounding areas. That the backup generator did kick in. So that actually was a unintended, unscheduled test of the data center.
Okay, so that actually wasn't a test. That was a live.
Right, not a test, but
Okay,
yeah.
so that's my first question, but that's near and dear. I think that's important, and I do hope that we would continue to press the infrastructure and make sure that it's it's hardened for events like that.
Absolutely. We work very closely with the building department to make sure that the backup generator is working properly. Yeah.
So my second, and this is more just a comment. It seems like we've made tremendous progress on infrastructure, access, wireless speeds. You've shown your map. One of the things that I didn't hear a lot of discussion about was actually the customer-facing technologies, right? The interfacing with citizens, and the continuous improvement of improving services there. I know you have an application group there. There's, I think they include an analyst and some application developers and a web developer. But do we have any plans, and I didn't see it in your plan for the coming year, for, how we would continue to engage with and improve access to information for residents and the type of information they're coming forward to our website?
I might not have made it very sort of very clear. So, 2 years ago, we hired a new web developer, and one of his first project was redesign a town website. So that was, because for better, accessibility, for better, user experience, the website was redesigned. And also he actually finished on the new employee intranet in 2023. So that's a much newer experience with newer content, working with a committee of department participants. And also the Accela, the permitting, licensing, complaint tracking system. Also, there were new, online services added. But certainly, you're right that in that area, we need to do more. There's definitely more user interface improvements, and also workflow optimization, working with various departments to make sure we have all the workflows and the
Okay, so it's on your radar. I
available.
guess I would just continue to encourage that we don't lose sight of ultimately the end customers, the taxpayer. and
Absolutely,
hopefully
yeah.
Gain access to information. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the select board?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miriam.
Not
sorry.
a follow-up on the $11. Your department did get a fairly sizable infusion of ARPA funds. So I'd love to hear how that worked out.
Yes, thank you, Miriam. It has worked out really well. I think you see a lot of the progress that we made in the past few years because of that funding. So number one, we have 4 ARPA funded projects. We actually are wrapping up 2 of them. And so one is basically building redundancy between the town hall and public safety. And as part of that, so when we actually opened up the conduit that goes from town hall to the public safety, one of the conduit is crushed. So just imagine that there's one fiber going between town hall and public safety, and there's no redundancy. So this ARPA funding actually allowed us to build redundancy between town hall and public safety, and make sure that the connectivity is there. There's disaster recovery building. In addition to this particular location, we have many other locations that we've built fiber connection for better performance, for higher speed, and all of that. And then second is the town hall Wi-Fi. As I showed you a little bit earlier in my presentation, that's almost done completely, and there's coverage for each floor. For citizens to transact, for folks to have meetings in the conference room. So those are all that's almost complete. And then thanks to the ARPA fund that we have one full-time cybersecurity analyst that's working with us, and you see a lot of progress in that area as well, along with all the efforts that all the staff has put in. And then also data center improvements. We have done quite a bit of data center improvements, replace outdated equipments and make sure that it's secure and also the performance is there.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. You mentioned moving some ARPA funded people over to the regular town budget. You also mentioned that you're looking to hire an information security person. Did I get that right?
So So
what
that
much?
was in response to the question the board had, which is if money is of no issue,
Right.
what would you do with that money? So I was saying that
Yeah.
I would like to set up a fourth division, which is the information security division.
Okay, but my question really has to do with, are you having difficulty actually recruiting people when you have positions open or when you anticipate having positions open? Is that an issue for IT?
So in the past, during COVID, we had huge issue hiring. So for instance, our database administrator, we took us a year and a half to fill that position. And the cybersecurity analyst position, it took us about a year to fill that position. I'm hoping the market is better at this point, and I'm hoping that for the two vacancy that we have, that we'll have better experience this time around. Even for our technicians, in the past, I had to hire a staffing agency to hire to find the person. So the hiring wasn't easy in the past few years.
I just want to say at the last HR board meeting, the ongoing salary upgrades actually reached the IT department. We just upgraded many of the positions in IT. So that's an exciting move. It's great news. We continue that work.
That was the second piece of what I was asking. That's good news. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Fung. Always appreciate the work you do and coming before us.
Thanks,
Thank
Fung.
you, Chair Green.
Okay.
Thank you, Jess. Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next, Town Council.
Good evening, Joe.
You'll be representing yourself this evening?
Yes, Joe Callahan, Town Council. Let me just pull up my.
You know what they say about lawyers who represent themselves?
Like doctors who treat themselves.
Very poorly, as I understand.
Yes.
Right?
That's right.
Doctors do not take care of themselves. They're the last one to go to the doctor.
And we're.
And lawyers also don't take care of themselves legally.
No.
Mhm.
Represent yourself.
Mhm.
All right, and now let's see if I can share. Melissa.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna go run and use the.
Well, no, I'm not gonna enforce it. We keep asking, but we don't get any results. Yeah, they were.
All right, good evening, Joe Callahan, Town Council. You have noticed my Zoom avatar as Joe the Legal Muppet. This is a reflection of another Joe Friday, just the facts. So sorry it's not as dynamic and attractive as other departments, but like I said, I'm just a lawyer, so. Okay, so what I have here is the spending and excerpted from the budget line item for the legal department. I just have the changes. So I figured I'd focus on the important things, what's different over this year than last year. And the overall budget in the town council's office has gone up $120,000. That's in that top row. I'm sorry, the overall budget has gone up $60,000. That's that top row, the total for the legal department. It includes the actual from 93, the budget from 94, and the recommended from FY25. And where that $60,000 more comes from is mainly salaries. And that's the $120,000 increase in salaries. And what that is, I'll explain in the next slide, but this slide wants to show you how that's funded. And part of it is funded through a reallocation of the money that's been used in the past for outside counsel. This has been a theme of mine. I think this is my third budget. We spent about $400,000 in outside counsel in FY19 before the pandemic. In FY23, my first year, we spent $4,000 because I think the money that the town gives, about $1 million for town council, The Association of Corporate Counsel recommends a private company spends about 2% of its budget on legal. We're a private corporation, that would be about $8 million. We're not a private corporation, we're a public corporation. So I think the $1 million that the town has for legal is enough. But what I'd rather do is have it spent on our staff instead of outside staff. So I've been spending less and less of that allocated money for hiring outside counsel on our staff. And this is another further example. So that money is being spent to do two things with new staff. One is hire a full-time internal investigator to handle complaints of discrimination, retaliation, and other areas that the town needs to investigate because of either state law, best practices, might be part of litigation, might be a dangerous dog hearing that our animal control officer has, decided to, muzzle or, deal with a dangerous dog, and the dog owner appeals that police officer decision to somebody. At one point in the fall, there were 3 attorneys in my office handling 3 different dangerous dog appeals. So the idea is that this in-house investigator would handle all of that. Instead of having a couple people here and a couple people there would be one person, then they would do it all. So for example, CDICR has a new bylaw involving complaints. So now we received our first complaint under the CDICR bylaw, but Lloyd doesn't have anybody to investigate that. So we went outside to hire an outside investigator. We've spent about $50,000 a year over the last 4 years on outside investigators. That number was as high as $150,000, but it's dropped down, mainly because other staff, for example, in my office, attorneys, have been stepping up and doing those investigations. So here we would have a dedicated person, that's their responsibility. Not a little bit here and a little bit there. Any complaint would go to that person. They'd be trained. They would have the best training. Because again, we spend money instead of on outside counsel on training. So they'd be able to have the best training. They would only do that task. But then what would they do? And I'll get to that later if they, have got through all the investigations. The other additional staffing component is interns. So one is, this is, a source of labor for the town, but also the town is interested in community engagement. And unfortunately, the town council's office is a little hesitant about community engagement because usually the community is the ones bringing claims against us. So I've tried to re-educate my staff as to our community are the town meeting members, the board appointees, the employees, the people elected to serve the town. But how do we go out into the community? And part of this intern program will be 2 high school students who will work after school Monday through Thursday, because we have a part-time admin, but she leaves at between noon and 2 each day. So they'll be able to fill in for Jane since she's a part-time employee. So they'll balance out the rest of the admin staff, but also be able to have a junior in high school who's interested in maybe going into pre-law and showing them what a law office is like. Or a junior who's interested in government and show them what town council's office does. So then they can put that on their resume when they become a senior and say, I've worked for town council for the past year doing whatever we assign them. We'll have a legal intern too, a full-time legal intern, graduate of Northeastern School of Law. So if you're familiar with Northeastern, they have co-op programs. The law school has a co-op program. So you do 3 years of law school, 1 year of that as a co-op. Although I am a Northeastern grad, I wouldn't just say Northeastern, interns we would hire, but I've put in for it and we got 9 great candidates and I'm interviewing 3 this week for the summer. We've had in the past, a couple of years I've been here, New England School of Law interns, but they're clinical interns. We don't pay them. They're taking a class and they're usually limited to that class topic. So we've had land use clinics. So that intern helped us with doing research on the MBTA Communities Act. The present intern that we have is an administrative law clinic. So we're doing kind of more just the hearings and kind of the bread and butter of municipal work. But those New England Law Boston interns are limited to the topic. If we had a full-time legal intern, then we can give them anything. So that's the expansion of our department. So we're going to next slide talk about the past and accomplishments. And the big accomplishment is something that you guys are, to be thanked, but I'm going to take a little small sliver of, of that accomplishment. And that's the MBTA Communities Act. So thank you to, the board and chair and Chaz, and especially the work of Paul Warren, but also Kara and Maria Morelli and the members of town meeting and the committees that served on that. But the part of this accomplishment that I want to take is that we're not Milton. If you remember, I was up here last year asking you to make sure that you comply and stressing that we comply. And I didn't get into the setbacks and stepbacks and, which lot is going to be in and which lot's going to be out and which flavor of the zoning was going to go in Harvard Street. All I asked is that you comply. And we did, and we weren't sued. So thank you. But that is an accomplishment I want to take credit for. Another one is the regulatory scheme that we've had to change because of the cannabis control and changes in cannabis regulation. That before we had a very generous host community agreement that brought hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue into the town. Because of changes in state law, we can't do that anymore. But I didn't want that to go from hundreds of thousands of dollars down to zero. So we were aggressively pushing back on the retailers to come up with a scheme that we're able to then have not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but about $100,000 in revenue from retailers. So we got complaints from the retailers that ours was the highest licensing fee that any community charged. So again, I look at that as an accomplishment, and thank you, because we were aggressive in our defense of the town in dealing with the cannabis retailers when we had to change because of state law. And the other accomplishment is just what we do every day. And that's answer the phone and respond to emails and, go to meetings and, whether internal or external, and answer your questions and provide you the best legal advice that we can. And we have a very experienced staff, and they've been in Brookline for years and have been doing this for years. I was a little cocky last year talking about how we were fully staffed. This year we've been not staffed except for 1 week. But we have a new employee, Susan Harris, who joined us from DESE. She had done teacher investigations and licensing and discipline of teachers. So she has that administrative experience with the state, but also she was an ADA in Middlesex and had supervised both the Framingham District Court and the Newton District Court. So she has that trial experience and has really taken to civil litigation. And we're interviewing, and we'll make an offer soon to replace our labor and employment lawyer, Michael Downey, who's now at the trial court. So we should be fully staffed again soon. But again, I'm not going to be too cocky because it burned me last year. But then goals for next year, and that is bring on this full-time investigator, make our investigations better, quicker, and more defensible, and have them, cause less friction, both for the complainant and the people involved, because we'll have a person that's dedicated to that and specialized in that and can do that and just that. And then transition that investigator to a hearing officer and do the existing hearings that we have that are delegated to different people in town. And that would probably be a fall 2025 project for this new employee. But then in the spring, what I'd be interested in talking to you and others in town is adopting a state law called Chapter 40U. And that provides for a municipal hearing officer. And what that does is allows for more streamlined and more efficient enforcement of municipal bylaws. So we're familiar with 21D, and then you can write a ticket and get a fine. But if a person appeals that, it goes to Brookline District Court. By adopting 40U, that appeal would go to a person within town and would be able to take that investigator's time that they might have to be dragged over to Brookline District Court and not have them have to go over to court and defend their ticket that they wrote for rubbish control or rodent control or a kid buying tobacco underage. But that investigator will be able to spend more time investigating and writing tickets, and that municipal hearing officer will take any appeal. And one thing that I've been trying to do in our spare time, which we have very little of, is more topics and more training. Because What we do is answer questions. If people know how to do their job, then we wouldn't have anything to do. But people ask us because they're unsure. So instead of being passive and waiting for the phone to ring, I want to be more active and going out and training people, on various topics. So for example, the TMMA had a great training on how to write a warrant article. I'd love to take that to the next step and have a training on home rule authority, because you might be able to learn from the town meeting members how to write a warrant article. You might want to learn from the lawyers about what we look at when you bring us that warrant article. And the first thing we look at is, do we have the authority to do this? And the authority to do that is in the home rule amendment of the Constitution. So we can have a training, at least an hour, maybe several, on what are the permissible topics that you could have a warrant article on. But we need to be able to go out and affirmatively do that training. I've heard from town meeting members that they want us to train on ethics and open meeting law. But you know what? If you go to the state website, they have professionally done videos that there's no way that I'm going to be able to compete with. I could be a talking head, and you've heard me talk too much before, but I can't compete to the ethics video that they have on the conflict of interest law. So I would rather go out into the further areas that are not, have resources that are off the shelf. So for example, last year during the MBTA Communities Act debate, we brought in an attorney general, as assistant attorney general, who enforces fair housing laws, to explain the problems that the Fair Housing Act has in conflicts with zoning. So for example, we have problems with understanding what is permissible First Amendment speech. I've asked the ACLU to come here and talk to us. I've reached out to the Judicial Speakers Series to have a judge. You'd actually be surprised at how many judges live in Brookline. Have a judge talk to us about areas that, are litigation. So not only outside speakers to come to us, but also develop our lawyers to be able to do that training on more topics than just ethics and open meeting law and public records law. So, do you have any questions? If you have questions now, I'm happy to answer them. If you have questions later, I'm always willing to take them. As you know, I give out my cell phone, 617-308-1525. I take questions from you. I take questions from employees. I take questions from residents. I take questions from claimants. So I'm always willing to answer questions. I'm always happy to have a question asked of me before you go into a meeting instead of after, and have a problem that comes out about that meeting. So if you're ever in doubt, whether you, the electeds, or anyone else watching, just give me a call. I'm always happy to talk.
I'd like to start off by asking, are you really encouraging residents to call you?
I don't encourage it, but they do it anyways when I take their call.
Okay, I think we ought to make sure that we let people know that there is a wall between residents and town council.
Well, I don't. Right,
Everyone's lawyer.
I can't be their lawyer, but I was at the front desk today when someone walked up and asked a question. Yeah, I answer their question. I don't say, "Oh, well, I'm town council. Let me find Kerry to answer your question for you."
Yeah.
So I'm always willing to answer questions. I've been doing this for decades. So I'm not, I don't sit in my office with the door closed and only talk to people with scheduled interviews.
Let me ask a question about the interns that you're hiring, particularly the high school interns.
Yep.
I always think about high school interns as sort of coming into an office and sort of sitting around looking for things to do. Are you going to really focus on making sure that these students have meaningful experiences?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a minor question, but it's something that I always think about.
I keep every employee of mine busy, even a high school intern. But also, I've had very good intern experiences. You've heard me talk about, I started in state government in 91 as an unpaid intern. I was an intern for my state senator, and said, I'm putting a lot of work in you for being unpaid. I got to go get a real job. And he offered me a job. How I got into the AG's office was through the Northeastern Co-op program. I was an unpaid intern. At that point, I had been an aide to the governor. I had been senior staff to a cabinet secretary. But my first week in the AG's office as an intern was photocopying. You know what? I did the photocopying. But I demonstrated over 3 years that you want me as an attorney. You don't want me as a kid photocopying. But those experiences led to where I am today. And all the time when I was at the AG's office, we had interns and we kept them busy. I had an intern ready to try a case with me. So, you know, I have no problems keeping interns busy.
Busy with useful work. Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
exactly.
That's just my concern. But any other questions, Mike?
I just want to say my daughter went to Northeastern Law and she had 3 wonderful internships. It's a great resource. So recognizing that indeed you do have to give them something meaningful to do, and I'm sure you can. I would encourage you to use Northeastern if you can.
You don't have to encourage me to use Northeastern. Not only was I an alum, I was the alumni
Right,
board
right.
president. I have to give the other law schools a fair chance. But
I would applaud.
John?
When we get sued, over small claims, do we mainly settle them? Do we fight many of them in small claims court?
So we've spent about a little over $200,000 in the last 3 years paying out claims for car accidents, slip and falls on town property, pothole claims. But people were also claiming over $600,000. So we generally pay out about 20 to 25% of what people claim. And what I've tried to have our staff do is really evaluate the claim. And it's not, oh, well, they'll take this. I don't care what they're going to take. What is the case worth? And what we try to do is like a 5-point scale. And that is, we're clearly liable. We should pay. And then if it's that 5 out of 5, then we try to negotiate like 80% to 100% of what they're claiming. On the other end is 0. We're not paying because we're not liable. And I don't care what you say. You're not getting $1 from us because we're not liable. And then it's the in between. So generally we try to rate them on a 5-point scale of we're liable and we got to pay. So let's pay up quick while we can, as opposed to drag this out and kind of lock people into the positions that they have and kind of really get them wedded into their positions. But we generally pay about 20 to 25% of what's claimed.
Yeah.
We've had 2 significant cruiser accidents in the last couple of months. So we're probably going to spend more this fiscal year than we have in other fiscal years because each of those will probably be about what we spend in a year.
Are there any trends in terms of what's driving the small claims?
No, other than 2 cruiser accidents recently. That's kind of the hockey stick. The great thing about Brookline is people will call in Brook Online with a complaint and it's fixed. So generally a lot of these like sidewalk complaints, we're only liable if we knew of the defect and then someone was injured. And that's very rare. They might be injured because of a sidewalk, but then no one ever told us. But we get hundreds of calls every year about cracks in sidewalks and things like that.
Yeah.
That DPW goes out very quickly and fixes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Let's give Bill McGrory a class.
No, I think Bill's been sitting there patiently.
Poor guy's been
Yeah.
sitting there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe. And now, the star of the show, Bill McGrory.
That's the last.
Yes.
Guys. Veteran service. First of all, Bonnie was more than kind, but as always, I think I got more credit than I deserve. I did not expect her. I didn't know she was going to be speaking, and her organization worked with mine to help that family. So it was a collaborative effort, and she deserves as much credit as I do. I greatly appreciate what they did. And the bottom line is we kept 3 children in their home, and that was really what was important.
Yeah.
But we hear stories like this from many places. And so don't be too humble here, because not only should you be praised, but also you should be a model for other town departments that are also doing social service type programming. You can be a teacher. So
Thank you. We asked for level funding this year. Town meeting added $5,000 into my budget because they want me to do outreach. They're concerned we're not reaching younger veterans and female veterans. They really want- I'm sorry. I usually have a loud enough voice, you don't need it, but it's okay.
Town meeting, the advisory council was concerned that we're not doing enough outreach for younger veterans and female veterans. They originally wanted me to do a town-wide mailing, but there are some financial constraints in that. I looked at it, I can do a focused mailing, getting the addresses from the clerk's office. And I've come up with a flyer, thanks to the help of our new community engagement person, Christina, who did an amazing job. This was the less than inspired flyer that I had. And these are the products that she produced.
Oh, wow.
She produced them in like 2 days. I'm
Great.
very impressed, and I thank her very much. I'm looking at, I could execute the mailing by the end of the month, but I think I'm going to wait to the end of April. The weather will be a little bit milder, and I think it would, fish where the fish are. I think I'll get more people in if the weather's a little bit better. So I think I'll wait about a month to do that. The other thing I'm looking at doing right now is purchasing an electric vehicle. I originally wanted an electric, originally wanted an electric handicap lift fan, but the need for that really has changed. So we do not need an electric lift fan, but we will be purchasing an electric vehicle. This is from funds that were not allocated through the tax dollars. It was a gift to the Veterans Office. So we'll be purchasing a vehicle, and I'm coordinating with the purchasing office and the DPW right now to find an appropriate vehicle, electric vehicle. We've had good successes. I'm going to sound like I'm going to brag. I'm going to tell a story. I had a veteran who's been on our program for probably a decade. His net income, or his gross income, was about $1,500 a month. After housing costs, he was living on less than $200 a week. We were able to, and it was a protracted process. He was denied by the VA multiple times. So it took 5 years, but we got him 100% service connected. So his income profile went from $1,500 a month to $4,500 a month. He also got a sizable back check. He also has dental, and he'll be getting an annuity from the state of $2,000 a year. So we've been able to impact and change it. The most important thing is we've made the veteran solvent. The added benefit is he's no longer dependent on the town for an income. This is the second veteran this year that we were able to do just that thing. It was a young mother, and again, it's life-changing for my veterans. So we've been moving along in that direction. Other than that, we are doing what we normally do. We almost lost my assistant, Claudia, who is far more important to the operation than I am, but she came back to us after about a month, and I can't tell you how happy I am with that. And she took a demotion to come back to me, so I was really appreciative of that. So again, I have level funding right now, but the advisory council did add $5,000 for outreach. I'm going to do the mailing this year under my funds. Next year, I'll use that money if it's still in my budget to, I'm hoping that I can piggyback onto Ben Kaufman's census mailing, and that would save, because the real expense is the cost of postage. And if I had to do it on my own, if I have to pay the regular rate, it'll be close to $20,000 for mailing. And I think we could probably find better uses for that money. But we will we'll do a focus mailing first and see how it goes. And if we can get on Ben's thing, that's even better. And like I said, with the stuff we have, we're doing well. That's all I have.
Good. Thank you. Questions? Praise?
Just thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a big praise.
Yeah, I want to say on behalf, I think, of everybody, and Bonnie and Bernard, thank you so much, Bill, for all that you do.
Thank you very much.
You're doing a
That
great
drone
job.
thing, let me know, because I could use a drone to take me from New Hampshire back and
We-
forth.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you for staying out past 8.
Yeah.
Thank you again, folks.
Okay,
Have a
thank
very
you.
nice evening.
You too.
Take care, Bill.
Okay, that's the last budget review. Melissa, are you about to, oh, the next item is you.
Here to talk about
warrant-
town meeting.
All right. The warrant for the annual town meeting and special town meeting.
Yeah, so the warrant for the annual town meeting closed last Wednesday at noon. We had about 19 articles filed. There were a few procedural things that we would like to do before we execute that warrant. The first is we received the request from the moderator to hold the hybrid town meeting. So we would need the board to approve the moderator's request to hold a hybrid town meeting.
Okay, I move approval of the moderator's request for a hybrid town meeting. I don't think I need anything more formal than that. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
Great.
Oh, that was easy.
So the next thing that we need to do is, we had an article filed by the school committee related to the Pierce project and the geothermal wells that we're planning on putting underneath the park across the street from Pierce. Knowing that it's a home rule petition and that there are milestones for the project that are time sensitive, we thought it would be best to segregate that article into a special town meeting that can stand alone, that we can act on the first night and then immediately send it to Representative Vitolo to hopefully get expedited approval from the state legislature. So you should have a memo from me in your packet that outlines the calling of the special town meeting and the vote that the board needs to take in order to make that happen.
Okay, do you have that?
Yes.
I mean, the vote.
Yeah, the vote language. Hold on.
I have a
Bernard,
question.
I can read it if you want.
Okay.
If that's easier. So voted to call a
excuse me,
special
wait.
town meeting on Tuesday, May 28th, 2024 at 7:30 PM at the high school auditorium and via Zoom to waive the requirements of section 2.1.2 through 2.1.4 of the town's bylaws, which basically is about opening and closing the warrant, to open and close the warrant and insert in the warrant the following article as referenced in Melissa Goff's memo from March 4th, 2024.
Okay, John, did you have something? to say?
I do have a question about this, and I think Joe might have to weigh in. I think a lot of us are kind of confused by, what has arisen here that suddenly requires a town meeting vote and somehow has something to do with the Pierce Playground and with the geothermal system for the new Pierce School and with a requirement that there is this Article 97, which protects open space and requires that when open space is disturbed, that there be a alternative open space found somewhere located, identified. And it's been represented to me today that the process that is called for under law is that the entity that has control over the space, which is the Park and Rec Commission in the case of Brookline, is first to take a vote to approve that there be a request for an exemption, and that as part of that approval process, the Park and Rec Commission, there should be identified what is going to be the space that is offered in compensation. I don't know what the term of art would be for the intrusion on the existing space. And then that, after approval by the Park and Rec Commission, that is when it would then go to the legislature, but not the legislature when the Park and Rec Commission, which actually has control over the property, hasn't even had a review of this proposal or made any decision or determination as to what they would offer as the alternative space if they seek legislative approval for this. So can you sort of
Sure.
weigh in on that?
Sure. So Joe Callahan, Town Council, and I have been working with the Pierce Building Committee and our building staff and the school committee on this warrant article. So I am familiar with it. But also I dealt with Article 97 in my years in the AG's office. If you look at Article 97 decisions in the early 2020s, it was either me or Seth Schofield who defended the state on Article 97. Familiar with the topic? However, this is a regulatory change as opposed to the areas that I dealt with, which was, court actions. The recent decision of EEA, the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs and Energy, says that if you're even changing the subsurface conditions of a park or playground, you need to go through the Article 97 disposition process. When I was doing Article 97 litigation, I would point to the case that allowed for the Boston Common garage. Because if you notice, Boston Common is a nice park, but underneath it is a 5-story or 4-story parking structure. And there was litigation about that. And the court said you didn't need to go through this process. EEA in the last couple of years has administratively said you do. Okay. So we're going through the disposition process, and that's an act of the legislature. But we have a meeting with EEA staff on Thursday to not have to do the mitigation. So typically, an Article 97 situation would be a community wants to build a school, but they don't have an area to build a school. So they'll take 4 acres of a park. And then Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, back to the 90s when I was working there, has a no net loss policy that says if you're taking 4 acres of a park, you have to find 4 acres somewhere else to make a new park. That's not what we're asking EEA here. Because what's happening with the geothermal wells is on top, the playground exists today. It will be disturbed during construction for the geothermal wells. And once construction's over, you'll have a playground once again. Under the old law, that wasn't a disposition under Article 97. But what EEA is focused on is, in the future, permanently, that land below the park will be changed. Where now it's just soil, it will have geothermal wells in it. And that's the disposition you have to go through. So if we're typically doing a Article 97 disposition, we would have to find 2 acres of subsurface parkland to replace. So we're going to go to EEA and say, how do you do that? We shouldn't have to do that. We'll go and get the act of the legislature. I've talked to Representative Vitolo, and this was a specific ask of his, to save him the 2 weeks and waiting until the end of the last day of town meeting. Can we do it on the first day? You guys deal with it the next day, and I will literally drive it to the State House and hand it to him on the 3rd day to save that 2 weeks, because we need 8 weeks to get that bill passed. Because it's a home rule petition that requires a recorded roll call. And because of the 2nd year of a legislative session, those recorded roll calls end in July. So we have a very expedited process, but we do need the permission of the Park and Rec Commission, but they've already supported the geothermal wells. So we're going to go before them, but we think the ask is easy. You supported this in the future. Can you support this minor bureaucratic nightmare to go through all these steps before July 31st, but they're already on record as supporting it because it's a park now and it'll be a park after. We also have to go before the Conservation Commission. That's another committee that we have to go through the process.
If I just may clarify, they have not weighed in yet. They support a geothermal under under the playground. I'll take your word for that. But in this case, they would be specifically asked, do you support, now that we know that there is a process that is required for there to be compensatory land provided, have they been asked to weigh in on that or not? Because my understanding is they've not been asked. And it sounds like you agree that it's not sufficient that they may have taken a vote on this in the past, that on this specific question, they need to take a vote again.
So 3 things. One is they have supported the project. We haven't asked them about compensatory takings because we're asking EEA that they don't require that. We're reasonably confident or reasonably hopeful that they'll say that. So Thursday, we'll know whether or not we have to do that. So Park and Rec hasn't been asked that. They have been on record as supporting the project. So then we'll go before the Park and Rec Commission after the meeting with EEA to understand what EEA is requiring to then ask Park and Rec. But I don't expect it to be compensatory mitigation.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, I just have one question. So Joe and I, we don't need to dig in this right now, but maybe this is just for a follow-up. So I question whether Park and Rec actually has to vote on this. The acts of 1981, chapter 32, actually limits their authority to an advisory body only to the DPW. So I don't actually believe that they have the statutory authority to approve or not approve this. They're only advisory.
But that they are the board that has care, custody, and control. So
I'm not, well, we should look into the acts of 1981, chapter 32. I believe that actually changed the authority and it was transferred to the DPW. And it's not the Park and Rec Commission. They're advisory only.
So I can double check that.
Yeah.
But in these process, you need the department that has care, custody, and control. You also need the the Conservation Commission because it's a restricted, conservation restricted property, and you need the select board's approval. So the select board in other communities, I don't know in this community whether you are the body that has care, custody, and control of any land. That's typically not the case in municipalities. Usually the executive delegates it to other bodies to be responsible for land.
Certainly something we need an answer to.
Okay. I'll double check.
Any other questions? So, it's not a question we need an answer to before we vote, though. I see.
Well, I would think that the Park and Rec Commission would likely hold a public hearing anyway, given their interest in the article.
All right. Okay. So I move approval of the question as presented by Melissa Goff a few minutes ago. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Is that it?
Nope, not quite.
I didn't think so. Oh, the main warrant.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
now we need to take care of the main warrant article. There are a couple of things that we'd like to do before you execute the article.
Right.
So given that we've just pulled what was Article 17 in the index list that you have out of the main warrant and into its own special, we can delete it from the annual town meeting. But we also had an article that was filed or attempted to be filed on Wednesday that needed a little bit more work. It was something that the police chief was working on, being a newer department head, not knowing that, town council's office and our office are involved in a lot of the kind of overview of warrant articles and making sure that things are in proper form. So we needed a little bit more time to get the article that she wanted to file in proper form. So what I'd like to do is remove Article 17 as filed by the school committee and insert Article 17 as filed by the police chief so that the index doesn't get disrupted. The article that we're looking to file is included in my memo that's also in your packet, also dated March 4th. It basically is looking for a home rule petition that would allow for retired police officers to also perform police details. And I believe that this is something that most other communities in Norfolk County already allow. And so a lot of the language is very similar to other communities that they have filed. So given that, I also have a proposed vote in the memo as well that essentially looks to waive the same requirements for opening and closing the warrant, opening the warrant again for the annual town meeting, removing old Article 17, inserting new Article 17. And then when that's done, we're ready to execute the warrant for the annual town meeting. And then I can run through the index.
Any discussion? Okay, I move approval of the opening of the warrant to take out warrant Article 17 and insert new warrant Article 17 with respect to the police department. And as indicated by, or as stated by Melissa Goff just a few minutes ago, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Great. So I'll just give you a flavor of what's on deck for warrant article review. We had 19 articles filed. Now we have 20 in addition to the police detail article that we talked about earlier. The first 12 are pretty standard and filed by staff. So we have our measures of wood and bark, which we'll be hearing later on tonight. Collective bargaining agreements, which we have at least one or two, hopefully to bring in front of town meeting. Compensating balances, which is also on deck for tonight as well. A report on special appropriations, which we file annually. We're looking to amend the fiscal 24 budget, potentially, given the rainy season at the beginning of the year. We may need to use some fund balance for the Golf Enterprise Fund in order to cover any potential shortfalls, but maybe they'll have a strong spring season. We won't need to do that, so we'll need some time for that to play out. Unpaid bills is annually on our docket. And Rashid is here to talk about the property tax exemptions that we vote annually as well. We are looking to establish a revolving fund for vaccines, but also cleaning up some language in the bylaws as well. We are looking to create an accrued liabilities reserve fund, something that Chaz and I talked about when we were presenting the budget, and we'll talk about again when the article is up for review. And then we do have our budget article. Article 10 will be our fiscal 25 appropriations. The CPA committee also has an appropriation article. That's Article 11. Then We are also talking about what will be Article 12 tonight, an amendment to the senior tax work-off program. Then we have an amendment proposed by the HAB for accessory dwelling units. Then we have an amendment proposed by ZIAB in order to make it easier to electrify buildings. Then we have a proposal to create staggered terms of office for constables. We discussed earlier the board's proposal to change the membership of CDEICR. We have a home rule petition that we moved into the special, so we'll skip over that. The police detail article will take that place. And then we have a resolution to create a social wealth fund study committee. And then we have another resolution calling for ceasefire and lasting peace. And that is your annual town meeting warrant.
Great.
I will say we'll likely have one more special town meeting to be called about civil service once the agreement with the police union is finalized. Brookline came into civil service through a vote of town meeting in 1894, which means we're allowed to go out through a vote of town meeting. So we would need.
We don't need the legislature for that?
No.
Ooh, nice.
Historically, Brookline, as a matter of just practice, I think, has gone to the legislature when it is asked for certain things to come out of civil service. But that doesn't mean that that's the way. The general rule of thumb is if the way you come out is the way you went in.
Okay.
I have a quick,
Yep.
and this is a fundamental question. I'm sorry about the fundamental question. When we create a special town meeting, so if we create a special town meeting tonight, can we then add an article to that special town meeting, or is that special town meeting closed?
So
Usually.
You've closed and executed the warrant, so.
Yeah.
That basically is done. Once you execute it, there's really no going back.
Okay, so when if we create another special town meeting
Yes.
and we add an article to it, and then we have another article that would be added maybe a week later.
Yes.
Would you be able to add it because we didn't close it, or?
I mean, if we didn't close it, yes, if you didn't close the warrant, but the trick is usually what you
You open and
do in
close
these
it.
situations
Okay.
is because you have the authority. Yeah, you open it.
Just,
As an example, tonight, we hadn't executed the warrant for the annual town meeting yet, so we were able to open it, fix the two articles, the swapping.
Yep.
And then close and then execute.
Yep.
So once it's executed, though, there's no going back.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I'd like to then move approval of the warrant of 20 articles, right?
Yep.
Plus, the warrant for 20 articles, as presented by Melissa Goff. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
and Chair votes aye.
Can't
Sorry
you
for
on yet?
keeping
We
you
haven't
up.
even begun to hear the articles.
Yeah, my.
Now we have our hearings for
Okay.
the easy articles.
Right.
We
Right,
figured you
these
could handle
hearings
some
won't take
easier.
very long,
Yes,
right?
no, it won't take long at all.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I want to know who's our measure of
Wouldn't
wood
bark,
bark.
that's a long
Measure
one.
Wooden Park.
Well, you saw him earlier tonight, so Article
Oh,
1.
that's right, Bill McGrady.
Article 1 on our annual town meeting is an annual requirement that we have as our first article, the select board authority to appoint measurers of wooden bark, of which there are two. Bill McGrody, who was here earlier tonight, is one of them, and Elmon Hendrickson is the other one, so.
Okay, any questions from the board before we open it up for the public hearing? No? Let's open it up to the public for a hearing on this article, Article 1, the measure of wooden bark. Charlie, anyone in the public raising their hand to speak?
I can check for you. So folks who are on the call can use the hand raise or Q&A feature on Zoom right now to raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and we will call on you and promote you to a panelist. There are 9 attendees on the call, Bernard, and right now, none of them are using the hand raise or Q&A feature. We'll give that a
Okay.
second.
There's Stanley Spiegel.
Yeah.
It's only 9 attendees, and several of them are us. So
Yeah, I'm trying to
but
think of one of Stanley Spiegel's famous.
Harry Friedman would be the one.
Yeah,
Wooden
Harry
bark.
Friedman.
I would
Okay.
opine, but it would be nice to get the heck out of here.
Okay. Okay, seeing no, I'm not good at that. Seeing no questions from the public, I'd like to close the hearing. And I move approval of Article 1, measure of wooden bark. Unless there are any questions or objections. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mary Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, let's move on to Article 3, compensating balances.
Yes, Article 3 is an annual article that we file on behalf of the finance director, which essentially gives him authorization to enter into compensating balance agreements, which are arrangements with banks for us to hold a certain balance in the bank, and then banking fees for certain services would be waived. So I believe we don't currently have any. I'm sure Lincoln will correct me if that is changed. But this just allows for the flexibility for the finance director in case there are agreements that would be beneficial to the town.
Any discussion? Let's open the public hearing. Charlie, is there anyone wishing to speak on Article 3, compensating balances?
Sure, this is a public hearing. Folks can use the hand raise or Q&A feature to let us know that they'd like to make a comment. So we'll just give that a few seconds. Again, use the hand raise or Q&A feature over Zoom, or raise your hand if you're in the room and you'd like to speak. No one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature of the 9 attendees we have, Bernard.
Okay, I'm going to close the hearing on warrant Article 3, compensating balances, and move approval by the Select Board of Article 3, compensating balances. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mary Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Your chief assessor is here to talk about Article 7.
Okay, Rashid. Article 7, acceptance of legislation to increase certain property tax exemptions.
Good evening, Rashid Belosi, Chief Assessor. Article 7, this article provides for an increase of the property tax exemptions amounts for certain classes of individuals, including surviving spouse, the elderly, the blind, and disabled veterans. The proposed increases have been approved annually since fiscal year 89, and the estimated cost for fiscal year 25 is approximately $40,550. It is funded through the tax abatement overlay reserve account. The law allows the town to increase the exemptions up to 100%. It is recommended and voted by the Board of Assessors on February 6, 2024.
Okay, John.
A quick question. This is just basically acceptance of a legislative.
Yes.
increase. Yeah.
This is the acceptance of the act of Section 4 of Chapter 73 of 1986, amended to Chapter 126 of the Act of 1988, and accept Section 4 as amended by the Act. Brookline adopted this as soon as it was available in
Right.
1989, and we've been doubling the exemption since then.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, any questions from the Select Board? Charlie, let's open the hearing on Article 7. With respect to legislation to increase certain property tax exemptions.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. This is a public hearing, folks, on the call. So if you'd like to speak on Article 7, please use the hand raise or Q&A feature to let us know you would like to make a comment. So again, use the hand raise feature in Zoom or put it into Q&A. We'll give that a few seconds, Bernard.
Okay.
And of the 9 attendees, no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature. I think we are safe to close the hearing.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and move approval of Article 7, the acceptance of legislation to increase certain property tax exemptions. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rashid. I'm sorry, what's
Oh, I just.
you're about to fall asleep? Okay, I see. I'll try to move faster. Article 12, accept Chapter 59, Section 5K of the General Laws, allowing an expansion of the senior tax work-off program.
So Finance Director Lincoln Heineman is in the audience, and he'll be here to present it.
Great, thank you.
I'm also promoting Ruth Ann in case you want to jump in about. Chair Wellington?
So, good evening, folks. Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you, Charlie. As Charlie mentioned, Ruth Ann Dobek, our Senior Center Director, is also here to help present this article. And I would just note quickly regarding Article 3, Melissa is absolutely correct. There are currently no compensating balances, but it is very helpful to have that authority if necessary during the fiscal year. So if the board recalls regarding Article 8, at special town meeting back in November, there was originally an article that would have increased the exemption that is available for those 35 taxpayers, senior citizen taxpayers in real estate taxpayers in Brookline to work for the town. And that was an expansion under the state law at the time when the warrant was closed. The subsequent to the warrant closing, the state law actually changed and allowed for an increased expansion of the senior citizen tax work-off program, whereby seniors work for the town in order to reduce their real estate tax liability. It's a really successful. What that means is that now we're back for Springtown meeting to accept that new expanded authority from the legislature passed late last fall, so that the members of the senior citizen population who are real estate taxpayers in town may, if approved, access this increased benefit. And so what this increased benefit would be currently, seniors may work, it is at the minimum wage, which is the maximum allowed by state law as far as the rate. And so currently seniors are allowed to work 125 hours in a fiscal year to reduce their taxes. That is to say a maximum of $1,875. If this article is passed by town meeting, that would increase so that those seniors may work for a maximum of $2,000. So working an additional 8.3 hours towards reducing their real estate tax exemption. So certainly it's something Ruth Ann and I and Rashid, I would add, certainly want to maximize in every way the real estate tax exemptions that are available to those who need them, particularly seniors in town. And so happy to take any questions about it, but would urge the board's support.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Straightforward. We all support it, I'm sure. I move approval of warrant Article 12, accepting Chapter 59, Section 5K of the General Laws, allowing an expansion of the senior tax work-off program as outlined by Finance Director Lincoln Heineman. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our hearings on on warrant articles for the Springtown meeting. The last item on the agenda are boards and commissions appointments. My understanding is that the appointment to the Preservation Commission, one of our board members has asked that we interview him, since the previous interview of him was prior to the time that Paul Warren and I believe Mike Sandman were on the board.
And Miriam.
And Miriam?
Yep.
Goes back that far?
Mm.
How did that happen? So, okay, that'll be on a future agenda once we're able to find a time that Mr. Spires can appear.
Apparently, the members of the Preservation Committee have been preserved since.
Really? Okay.
It's getting late.
Yeah, okay. Housing Advisory Board, I don't believe we have a appointment or appointee for that position.
No, I think it's Alex. Yep.
We do?
We interviewed somebody.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. BHA resident, very articulate.
Okay.
Roger was.
I only read what's on the agenda and.
Well, he is at the end of the roster. His name is
Alex Krieger.
Okay.
Yep.
He interviewed
Okay.
13.
Then I move approval of the appointment of Alex Krieger to the Housing Advisory Board. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Miriam Ashkenazi.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
There is an opportunity if members of the public wish to be heard for public comment. Please use the hand raise feature. There are no people in person.
Good night.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, I hereby declare this meeting ended.
Okay.
Adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.